Okay, I'd like to go ahead and start with today's exec sessions. For the public, we apologize. We have a lot going on both here. And of course, one of our reps is now at somewhere else. I will be somewhere else in a few moments as well. So it's going to be a sporadic day in terms of trying to get some of these execs done. I'd like to first recognize we have a replacement for Representative Ford on our committee now. This is a full-time permanent replacement. We have Representative Paul Terry here. And Paul, welcome to our committee. It doesn't take so much time as Commerce does.
Thank you. I've been told that this is a much more interesting committee, so I'm looking forward to what interest means. I think I have an idea.
That's a good adjective. And I'd like to also recognize Representative David Price, who is subbing today for Representative Balbone. Priest, excuse me. Yeah, and welcome, and I hope you enjoy our day, even though it may be sporadic here. So what I'd like to do is jump right into the first bill, which we'd like to address, and that is a commission to study current funding for special education. That's HB 1176. And I'm going to hand the gavel off to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I call on the chairman for a motion.
I'd like to recommend interim study.
Second by Representative Myler. A discussion from the maker of the motion.
Yes, I'll try to be as timely and quick as possible. The issue of special education is an issue which has been upon us for years, not just the differentiated aid component of special education, but catastrophic aid, and how we fund that and support the students that receive that type of aid and support. And we know that the cost of doing special education work in the schools is costly due to the fact we have 13 different IEPs, some requiring less time than others, and we've currently fund differentiated aid at one level per all IEPs. And then when we get into the business of catastrophic aid, it even is more costly with the formula we have. And you all know that the first part is the responsibility of the school district, paying 3.5 times the average cost per pupil, and that comes right out of the pockets of the school district. That would be up to $70,000 if the average cost is $20,000 per kid. And thereafter, up to 10 times, the state kicks in 80%. The local school district has to kick in 20%. And beyond that 10 times, the state kicks in. However, that leaves the local district having to pay an awful lot of money. And there's need for us to look at it. We've had several bills come to us in recent years, dropping CAT aid from 2.5 times. I put that from 3.5 to 2.5 times. I put that in several years back. That went nowhere. We have another one that's come in at funding it at 1.5 times. We're dealing with that. Now it's time to really get serious and figure out what we're going to do. Interim study is the best way to handle this rather than a commission. A commission wouldn't get going on it until probably fall. We need to have resolution to this as quickly as possible. Interim study, we can get on it right now, and we can put a group together and start working out those areas which need correction. And there are a lot of areas that need support and correction within how we fund and pay for special education. So I recommend interim study.
Representative Myler, anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've checked with and conferred with the prime sponsor of this bill, and she agrees much along the same lines as Representative Ladd has spoken to.
Thank you. Anything from the committee? Seen nothing. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath. Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent?
Yes.
Great. And hand the gavel back over.
And next bill we will deal with is also dealing with the issue of special education. It's 1509. Excuse me, yes, prohibiting spending of special education money for any other purpose. I'll hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. And I'll call on the chairman for a motion on 1509.
I thank you very much. I also would like to recommend interim study for 1509.
Second by Representative Myler. Would the maker like to comment?
Yes, I would. There are some issues and concerns which we have to look at this, and I thought at the same time we're studying with the previous bill, which we've just looked at as far as special education funding of it and programming supporting special education, we need to be cognizant of a directive put out by the U.S. Department of Education. It's coordinating early intervening services. It's called CEIS, and it's a guidance memo to school districts. And it says that using these federal funds, they can be used to provide behavioral interventions for students, positive behavior interventions, and support initiatives, which are those students that make the frequent stop at the principal's door or the principal's bench. There's ways to work with students, and the monies can be used to offset going further with issues that may end up with special education. Also, CEIS might be used to help funding reading or math specialists to work with non-disabled students who have not reached grade level or proficiency. So you can use special education monies even though the student doesn't have an IEP, but demonstrates that they're, quote, in that area of remedial reading or remedial math, and they need support so they don't go the route of special education. Monies can also be used for after-school tutoring for non-disabled students who score below basic or statewide assessments. So here's another area that monies can be used. And then I'd like to now put my administrator hat on, and I've said it to the committee before. If you're at the end of the year and you have a balance of money in your accounts and the fuel tanks are empty and you know the price of fuel is going up in coming years, do you use that money that you have available to, offset those costs of fuel and pay for the fuel now, or do you not put it in some kind of a trust or whatever and spend the additional dollars for filling up the tank later on when you have the monies appropriated in the next budget cycle? I, as an administrator, always chose to fill the tanks up. So that's my response to why we need to interim study this. I understand the nature and the intent of the bill. However, there is conflicts with aspects of the bill, and I think it can be all sorted out with a study, an interim study, along when we're studying the other for the special education study on CAT aid and differentiated aid. Thank you.
Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, 1509, can go with 1176 as we look at the whole issue of special education. And I think it's a nice combination that we can look at the whole topic together.
Thank you. Comments from the committee? Seeing none. Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Quartiello, yes. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes. I'll do that quickly.
Representative Heath is not here. Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
19 yeas, 0 nays.
Consent. Great.
Thank you.
And back to Chairman Ladd.
And we're going to try to do this next. I've been texted that the hearing is starting where I'm supposed to be. HB 1108, Committee to Study the Role of Colleges in Contributing to Student Loan Crisis. I look to Representative Myler for a motion.
I'd move to ITL this.
I'll second it. 1108, Committee to study the role of colleges in contributing to student loan crisis. Representative Myler?
I think we've debated this within the committee, and we just ought to move to the vote.
Any further discussion from the committee? Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Lekis,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
No?
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Petronel,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler,
Yes.
Representative Cornell,
Yes.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
Yes.
Representative Heath's not here, Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
Yes.
Representative Priest,
Yes.
Representative Cascadden,
Yes.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
Can I change my vote?
The gavel has not come down.
Okay. So, yes. No,
you have, oh.
no. I had written the wrong note on my thing.
Okay. So, 13 yays, 6 nays.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Walt, Mr. Chair, please.
13 to 6.
Thank you.
13 to 6. Okay, I'm going to have to leave. Representative Heath comes in, I go out. I shouldn't be that long. So it's,
We'll recess.
is that when we were trying to- that when we were talking with,
I'm really,
see, that's,
I'm really
they're
embarrassed.
actually saying that place that I leave, you're not gonna have the vote.
This is gonna be one of those days, Mike. What'd you do today?
I got to leave.
What, you even believe it?
Are you on the same wavelength?
I always slow down because.
Okay, so why don't you just go ahead and move it? I gotta go.
Okay. The next bill we'll take up is House Bill 1552, relative to the duties and responsibilities of superintendents. Excuse me, if I might, if we could hold off on this, I think this is one also that we wanted to talk to the department about in relation to, there was a lot of discussion about single districts and definition of that. The department was interested in talking about that as well. And that is something that we had mentioned to the department to discuss this afternoon. So if we could hold off on that. No, we're going over there to, there's like 4 bills that we're going to discuss with them this afternoon. So, no, I missed that.
Okay.
So I guess Representative Ladd did not think he was going to be long, so we'll just hold until he returns. So you're free to get up and walk around.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Representative Damon. Nice to meet you.
Meet you.
So you are no longer going to be sitting on Commerce.
That's correct. Yes, so there's,
Cross you off, I have a list of folks from Commerce.
I wish I
who
could
are the
tell you.
Insurance subcommittee,
yeah.
and you're working on a bill. I have the glucose monitoring.
Yes, I remember, yes.
And so I'm like, okay.
Most impressive, yes. Yes, yes.
Maybe you can. I am still trying to have good, clear, concise data to show how cost effective.
I don't
Yeah.
like that anymore.
We don't need, I'm just gonna.
Hundreds of cases anecdotally.
Yes, yes.
That, of course, is not the thing.
It's not as powerful.
Right.
It's not convincing. Yes, yes.
And
So,
I mean, the data exists. There are many things to do. I appreciate your interest in it.
Yep. even though I'm not there anymore.
Isn't anybody who doesn't know someone with diabetes? Even if, you may not know you know someone with diabetes, but everyone does.
Yes, yes, but most of us actually know someone with diabetes and know that they have diabetes. Yes.
I think that's actually a lot harder than it used to be. Early in my career, a lot of people with diabetes didn't speak out about it. And that's not
Really?
the best way for them to be able to take care of
I
themselves.
guess I was fortunate because I would actually have people tell me that they were diabetic if we were
13th, I asked for reconsideration on that bill. And so I'd like to put forth a motion for reconsideration on 1265. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion on reconsideration. I can explain why. That was the day that we had a substitute in on our committee that shouldn't have been here. And so the vote came out 13-5, I believe. Now, 13-7, 13-7. And the motion was ought to pass. So I won't discuss anymore. That's the rationale behind the reconsideration.
Question?
Yes?
So we're fine with the vote the way it was. At this point, we would say no for reconsideration?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Damon, you have your hand sort of up?
Yes, thank you. I feel a little confused. So is there a motion to reconsider?
Yes, we'd be voting on whether we want to reconsider the bill or not. If you don't reconsider the bill would stand as it was voted on by us earlier.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Cornell.
Thank you. Does it just make it more proper to reconsider and then we vote so that it's,
I've been told by the clerk's office, all we have to do is ask for reconsideration. If reconsideration goes down, then that vote would hold.
thank you.
So not seeing any further discussion. So the motion is for reconsideration. If you're supporting reconsideration and reconsidering 1265, you would vote yes. If you're opposed, you would vote no. And so the motion is for reconsideration, up or down. Madam
What's
Clerk?
that? Vice Chairman Cordelli,
No.
Representative Lekis,
No.
Representative Terry,
No.
Representative Belcher,
No.
Representative Dry,
No.
Representative McDonald,
No.
Representative Noble,
No.
Representative Peternell,
No.
Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler, Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
No.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
Yes.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
No.
Chairman Ladd,
No.
1 yea, 19 nays.
Okay.
Apologies, this is 1305, you said?
Yes.
Thank you. I would move ought to pass on 1305.
Second.
Made by Representative Belcher, seconded by Representative McDonald, to repeat freedom of speech and association of public colleges, that's 1305. Representative Belcher, would you like to speak for a moment?
Yes, I would like to actually introduce Amendment 2024-0654H. I would move ought to pass on the amendment. Sure.
Everybody copy of it? Go ahead, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment was the result of the work of the prime sponsor of the bill with the Attorney General's office to just clarify a small amount of language, just to make it clear. And I think the bill itself is fine as is, but this would just further highlight that we're not looking to allow speech on colleges that would otherwise be prohibited by law, such as threats and incitement to violence or criminal activity.
You're presenting the amendment. Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, so Representative Belcher presents amendment 0654H and second by Representative McDonald. Now you have the floor, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and everything I just said, ditto. It's a simple amendment that corrects language that the Attorney General's office had requested.
Not on the amendment, no.
Further discussion from the committee? Yes, Representative Lewis?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My understanding is that the community colleges and the university system and the Attorney General's office were all opposed to the bill as drafted. Given the fact that the amendment was drafted in conjunction with the Attorney General's office, does the amendment address all? I'm not asking that it addresses the community colleges or the university system's substantial objections to this bill, but does it address all of the Attorney General's opposition to the bill?
Thank you, and yes, I have received the email thread from the Attorney General's office saying that this does indeed address all of their concerns with the bill.
Thank you, Chairman Lloyd. We're talking about just the amendment?
Voting on the amendment.
I'll wait, please. Thank you.
On the amendment, this is amendment 0654H for 1305.
Vice Chairman Cordelli,
Yes.
Representative Blackus,
Yes.
Representative Terry,
Yes.
Representative Belcher,
Yes.
Representative Dry,
Yes.
Representative McDonald,
Yes.
Representative Noble,
Yes.
Representative Petternill,
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler,
No.
Representative Cornell,
No.
Representative Tanner,
Yes.
Representative Luna,
No.
Representative Heath,
No.
Representative Woodcock,
No.
Representative Hall,
No.
Representative Priest,
No.
Representative Cascadden,
No.
Representative Damon,
Yes.
Chairman Ladd,
Yes.
12 yeas, 8 nays.
Okay, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will speak to OTPA. This bill, as amended,
Making a motion now, OPPA?
yes, I would do that then. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. So this bill as amended establishes a floor of protections for free speech on college campuses and association on college campuses. And it really just highlights that the protections that are generally afforded by our Constitution, by our First Amendment to the Constitution, do in fact apply on college campuses as are reasonable for the environment. We understand that there can't be total free speech on college campuses. You can't have students yelling during class and such like that. The rationale for bringing this forward is that this committee has heard a number of different times that the approach taken at some colleges and universities is not entirely even-handed and it is not entirely without viewpoint discrimination. We've heard from students of some small conservative organizations testify that they were subjected to increased degrees of scrutiny that other organizations were not. We've further heard. Sure. Understood. I think we're all set. We further heard testimony from a different group, a different small conservative group, that they were told they had to shut down a 2-person tabling event because they failed to receive a permit. They admitted they failed to receive a permit. The university confirmed that it was their policy to always refuse to allow unpermitted events to go forward. But when we got our hands on the actual database of university records for 2023 school year, we discovered that there was an event that was unpermitted that was allowed to go forward. And that one event all by itself, even though the event, I think it should have been allowed to go forward, it demonstrates that their policy is not being done in an even-handed manner. There is other evidence as well in this database that strongly suggests viewpoint discrimination, especially against some of the smaller conservative and Christian groups. And I think it's time that we step in as a state, as we have been requested to by many students, to establish a baseline level of freedom of association and freedom of speech on college campuses that can be administered without regard for the views that are being expressed, as long as they don't violate law. And I would urge you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple things I'd like to point out. One, in relation to the database that the member just brought up, I think at the last hearing, the college refuted a number of those instances that were raised from looking at the database and bringing in the context of the situation. I think that this bill has been worked on since the bill last year, and I think that the primary concern of the community college system and the university system was in terms of the remedies, and that has been addressed in this bill with guardrails on the amount of awards. So I think that that is a step forward in making this bill palatable to all.
Further discussion, Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be voting no on this. We've dealt with this in this committee several times. We have seen the national rating from FIRE dealing with free speech. FIRE is the group that basically looks at free speech on campuses across the country. We have looked at their review of this topic, and the university system has gone from you need improvement to ranking 1 or 2 in the country. I think the institutions have done a good job in adjusting their system to make sure that there is, in fact, free speech on campus, and that this bill is not needed, and it does not recognize what the colleges have done to try to address this issue. So I don't think this bill is needed. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Luno?
Sure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So while we just heard Representative Cordelli suggest that this bill is now palatable, it is certainly not palatable to the community college system. It's not palatable to the universities in the university system in New Hampshire. It's not palatable to me. I'm certainly going to be voting against the ought to pass. And for example, one of the things that I find not only unpalatable, but just completely objectionable and discriminatory is the fact that that in the freedom of association section in this bill, that the bill would require the states, colleges, and universities to support student organizations or not deny support for a student organization based on any religious, political, or ideological benefit and privilege, and it would include the requirement that those organizations can discriminate against student members. So just the fact that you've got something here that's blatantly discriminatory, I think that's unacceptable for New Hampshire, and I'm going to vote against it.
Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd. I just want to, I've read the information, and heard the testimony. I just want to follow up on I didn't hear what I may have misunderstood what Representative Belka said, but the Attorney General in their statement to us all, indicated they weren't taking a position, but they had severe reservations. And if I may just read that one line, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Our concern arises with the fact that the proposed legislation does not consider the application of all the harassment laws. Yada, yada. The new definition of harassment contained in the proposed legislation raises questions of whether campus police could enforce the state criminal harassment laws on campus, or whether institutions of higher learning could sanction groups that may engage in criminal harassment. So I don't read that as a host of support from the Attorney General's office on this bill. And as Representative Luno indicated, both the four-year institution, the UNH, and the community college system both testified that it'd be more difficult for them to give a fair, open program, and they have already policies in place that allow this to happen on a regular basis without much issue. So I also will not be supporting this. I don't think it's in the best interest of the community college system or the students that go there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't belabor the issue too much further because I do support this bill, and I believe Representative Belcher noted a lot of the reasons why, but some of the reasons that were not covered is the fact that this addresses the issue of a heckler's veto, which is when someone else acts inappropriately at a student event and the organization is discriminated against for no fault of their own, as well as the issue of free speech zones, where free speech is limited to specific zones on campus, which could be the back corner of the parking lot, practically off campus, but not allowed in everywhere else. I'd also like to mention, since FIRE, which is the Foundation for Individual Rights and Expression, was mentioned, that they give the University of New Hampshire a 72%, which that might be better than other institutions, but that's a C. I wouldn't say that's a standard to say that the school is doing as well as they could, and not to say that they're not trying, but I think this bill is necessary at this time for that reason especially. So thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Lekis?
Yes, I had two comments. One also based on FIRE. FIRE bases their ratings based on the school's policy, not on how well the school follows their policy. I had that discussion with them earlier. And the other part had to do with freedom of association. If somebody tells you who you have to associate with, that is not freedom of association. Freedom of association is when you get to choose who you associate with. And as an example, if the young Democrats, young students for the Democrat Party happen to be in the minority on a college campus, and the Republicans decided they wanted to come in and all join and become the head of the organization and decide what way it's going to go, I don't think that would be appropriate. And so that it would be the case, I think, for any small organization that did not necessarily follow what the majority of that school students followed. They would not, in effect, basically be able to have an organization because anybody could come in and usurp it. And so for those two parts of free association, I very much support this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. Representative Perronel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to address Representative Woodcock's concerns because he was speaking to an email from January 8th, I believe, from Director Locke from the Attorney General's office. And yesterday we received two emails. One, both were addressed to the entire House Education Committee. One from the sponsor of the bill, where he thanks Director Locke for working with him and finding the correct language, and states, I am happy to hear that House Bill 1305, as amended by 0654H, no longer raises concerns with the Attorney General's office. And in response, Director Locke says, thank you for sending this along and the work that was done on this. I appreciate it, and the amendment does address the concerns about the enforcement of criminal laws.
Thank you. Further discussion. Representative Cordelli and then Representative Luno.
Thank you. I think that the freedom of expression and association, freedom of association, 188J3 section of the bill is one of the most important. And in terms of association, the courts have ruled that religious organizations cannot be discriminated against on campus. It was cited by the First Amendment Partnership, multiple court cases, Supreme Court cases, including Healy versus James, 1972, Whitmer versus Vincent, 1981, and Rosenberger versus University of Virginia, 1995, all protect associations wanting to organize on campus, that they can't be denied access to facilities, they can't be denied activity fees, etc. So I think that this section of the bill is one of the most important. And we had heard testimony dating back to last year from associations that had a problem organizing on campuses in this state.
Representative Luno?
Thanks very much. Yeah, I just don't think families that pay tuition at UNH, nor the taxpayers who support UNH, the community colleges, and the state universities should necessarily be on the hook to provide meeting space as well as funding for extremist groups like neo-Nazis, white supremacists, anti-Semitic organizations, and the like. And those groups are going to exist, but they don't need to exist as recognized student groups at the cost to taxpayers and families that pay tuition. And so I'm going to vote along with, I think, the vast majority of Granite Staters, which find these groups to be horrific and should not be operating with taxpayer or public money. Thank you.
Further discussion from the committee? Representative Lekis?
Part of the whole point of freedom of speech is it's free for every person, regardless of their opinion and how obnoxious it is. Just because you think an opinion is obnoxious, that other person should not be kept from making it. That's part of free speech. We have to put up sometimes with things that we don't like.
Further discussion? Not seeing any hands. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? This is on the bill 1305 OTPA, and the A is for 0654H.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative Donald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Paterno.
Yes.
Representative Quartiello, yes. Representative Myler. Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Motion.
What's your motion? We have a motion made by Representative Myler, ITL. Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Luna makes the second. Further discussion? Representative Myler? Representative Luno?
No.
Further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, when you're ready.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Surprise, surprise.
I'll do the report, ITL.
Okay, so the ITL motions made by, you'll be doing that report?
do it.
Representative Luna will be doing that. And Representative Belcher, OTPA. Thank you. Jumping back up to the top, we're going to go to HB 1311. district collection development and reconsideration policies. I looked. Are you ready?
Yeah, well, he's on the page.
I looked at Representative Cordiello for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that this bill be ITL'd.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Representative Lekis seconds. So we have a motion on the table before us. It's HB 1311. It's ITL made by Representative Cordiello and seconded by Representative Lekis. Representative Cordiello, do you have anything to say on it?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So this bill has to do with collection development policies. And my main problem with this bill is the criteria it predominantly puts forth for those policies. And we've all heard, obviously, don't judge a book by its cover. Well, I feel like what this bill does is worse than that. It judges books by the identity of the author or the characters. And so this is what I take issue with. And I was thinking about this last night, I always try to come up with sort of concrete example. And in this list, one of the categories is, just to make my example, a physical disability. Imagine, if you would, some book that was written by a blind person and the entire book was just egregiously obscene and just a book that anyone would just completely think would not be suitable in a library. A parent would not be able to bring this book forth as one to be reconsidered, because you could pull up this identity of the author, and therefore, it's not so much that you would judge the content of the book, but the person who wrote it or the characters in it. So I'll let other people talk. I just wanted to bring up this is my main problem with the bill. And of course, words of Martin Luther King were going through my head. And as I say this last point, you'll see I'm paraphrasing him a bit, that books and library material should not be judged by the identity of their author or the characters, but by the content of their pages. I know that this bill was mentioned several times last week as some sort of solution to this problem when we were, talking about 1419. And I don't see this as a solution at all to this problem of materials and what books should be put into our libraries. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, Representative Tanner?
Thank you. Yes, it was mentioned with the last bill that we had, and this bill offers, I believe, a way to keep local control, community standards of local areas, and put things in context. What we heard last week in Reps Hall was not in context. And I think this is a well thought out bill. It sets up a procedure, a policy procedure. It sets up people representative from the community and the school to review materials in the total context of the material, rather than pull out one or two paragraphs. Obviously, no one wants obscene material. But obscene material has to be defined. And this policy gives a way for the community to be involved in reviewing materials.
Further discussion, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to me, this bill takes the concept of non-discrimination and totally flips it upside down. Children have the right to be free from abuse. Yet, instead of seeking to protect children from injury inflicted by age-inappropriate content, this bill would actually seek to protect the author of the content, who is likely not even a resident of this state, from having their book removed based on their identity. In other words, there's no limit to the obscenely harmful nature of a book given to minors if the author happens to claim a certain protected identity. If we use this logic universally, a handgun could be handed to a child if it were assembled by a pansexual furry, and we could not demand it be removed for fear of discrimination against the assembler. The expenditure of public funds on literature, particularly for minors, must not be predicated on the identity provisions of the author. It must be predicated on the appropriateness of the content for the book, with no regard for the identity status of anyone involved, because that itself would be discriminatory. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Lekis, and then Representative Myler.
Another aspect of this, such policy shall further state that material shall not be proscribed on the basis of viewpoint. And if the viewpoint is that children should be sexual objects for adults, we would not be able to discriminate. We would not be able to remove that because that's a viewpoint. And I think that can be very dangerous.
Representative Myler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm disappointed in this ITO motion. Frankly, based upon the scene that was in the chamber last week, I was hoping that this would provide an opportunity for common sense to begin to look at policies that govern what's in libraries. This is a bipartisan bill that's being presented to us. It has been vetted through the libraries, librarians, et cetera. And I think this is a common sense approach to looking at standards that are local to deal with issues. And I'm disappointed that we can't, as a committee, come together in trying to ferret out exactly how we can begin to look at literature, et cetera, that has a kind of a community standard that's created by the committee is recommended here. So I'm sorry, I'm just disappointed that we can't come to some conclusion on this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. Just in talking about context and so forth, last week, the situation that was just described on the House floor, complete materials could have been read, not just excerpts, but some didn't want us to even hear the excerpts, let alone the full material that is present in schools, including middle schools, and I'm not sure about elementary schools in this state. I don't think that this bill advances what we have heard. We don't want obscene materials being made available to students. I don't think this bill advances that cause or that goal, and that, as we've heard, an author's age, sex, sexual orientation is involved. But I'd also point out that this is not just books. This is applications, interactive applications and software by definition. And we have had testimony about these interactive applications, some of which provide links for students, possibly middle school students, to communicate with some of these authors who are talking about applications that match up individuals for the purpose of sex. I don't think that is something we want in our schools, but this would seem to say, no, you have to allow that, or otherwise it would be discrimination. So I think that this, in some ways, is dangerous legislation.
Further discussion, Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Ladd. First off, I take exception to Representative Cordelli using this bill as any way to garner support for that obnoxious and out of place presentation on the floor.
I was responding to, if
I'm
I'm
just speaking, please. Thank you. There's no way this comes close to that activity. That being said, Representative Ladd, at the hearing, we had received the technical advisory from the Department of Education dated May 12th, 2023. At that hearing, I asked if you would request from them the preview, the 2017 technical advisory that preceded this one. And we haven't received that yet, and I don't know if you happen to have a chance to do that, or you put it in, or they didn't do it, or.
There was one here and it's disappeared. We did get a report back from them, and that was a temporary technical advisory, as you recall, that it was quickly changed. If we're on the same page here.
that was a different bill.
That's another bill. That's another bill that was dealing with the rules. Yeah. Yeah.
Dated 2022, people
No.
questioned it because it came out very quickly after, and it was 2017 with the factual, the based on.
Yeah, no.
You got that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I would recall what, from the page, and I know some of the Q has similar library background, so they're both come from the same line. But the thing that I can't get out of my mind, when Representative Payne was speaking, he said students have the right to see themselves in library reading. And all this bill does is start the first step for local school boards to start processing the things, so everybody has policies that govern media collections, which is, I think, something we all want. And no one wants, as Representative Tanner just said, no one wants to see material in the school. We want to see something, this is the perfect bipartisan opportunity to start that process, to have school boards do that. I thank you for the time.
I've got a question. Has anybody on the committee seen a boilerplate policy that's been put together by the New Hampshire School Boards Association relative to how books in the library may be reconsidered, where they stay on the shelves or they're taken off the shelves within a certain period of the request? Is there such a policy out there? Representative Cascadden.
If I may, yes, to your question. But may I speak?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
This bill actually provides more local control, and don't you want less government intervention? It also complements the policy of collection development policies for school library media centers, for essential curriculum development, procedures for selection of materials, selection criteria for selection, selection of non-print materials, selection of print materials, procedures to be followed for challenged materials. I think that when it gets down to the nitty-gritty of determining appropriateness, it's time for a parent to take responsibility for that. Links that are available to sex can be attained through the home. That's all I have to say.
So in response to my question,
Yes,
were those technical advisories or boilerplate policies issued by the School Boards Association?
they are actually school board adopted policies that were modeled after the sample School Board Association policies.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Representative Myler?
When Mr. Christina was in his testimony during the 129 hearing, he did indicate that they do have those policies, and there is a recodification process that they use. So to answer your question, those policies haven't been presented to the committee, but the representative of the School Boards Association was clear that they do have policies that try to address this issue, and this bill would basically complement those policies.
Then my follow-up question was, why do we need this bill if we have policies already out there?
Correct. They fall under the K section. If you look at any public school district that has their online policies, they are in the K section. So KECs and KEC-Rs are the actual procedures.
Representative Lucas, do you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. The part of this that says for those schools who might not have a policy that they need to have a policy, and what that and what that policy needs to cover, et cetera, that's great. And if this just did that, that would be great. The problem is it has these exceptions. And for me, the viewpoint exception is a killer because there are people who believe that pedophilia is a good thing. And I don't want books to be pushing that and not be able to be disallowed because that's a viewpoint. And so to me, that's the killer. If you just said every school has to have a policy, the policy has to cover these things, I'm all for that. I think that would be good. That's what I was hoping this bill was. And then when I saw the exceptions, I'm like, why did they have to poison the bill? Why couldn't they just leave it as come up with a policy? Thank you.
Further discussion on Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to bring it back to something Representative Woodcock mentioned, and I'm glad he mentioned the fact that the prime sponsor stated the right to representation, because that's something that stood out to me during the hearing as well. Right to representation in school libraries, and I pressed the prime sponsor a little bit too, and he added right to see all different types of people found in New Hampshire in school libraries, all different types. And if we believe that every person is different and unique, that's about 1.4 million people in the state of New Hampshire. And does that mean that we should have 1.4 million books at least in each school library, and to build accommodating spaces to house these books? And if that is the stated intent of this bill, then why is there not a fiscal note attached to this? And couldn't you even see that as an unfunded mandate? I just have a lot of questions with this bill, so I cannot support it. Thank you.
Further discussion on the bill? Yes, Representative Perrin.
Yes, I have a concern with line 16, where it states that a policy will be established by which parents and permanent guardians may submit a request for consideration to the school superintendent and principal. And we're talking about establishing community standards, but this process stops with the superintendent or the principal and doesn't even get it to the school board where it would see the light of day and a true community standard could be established.
Further discussion? Not seeing any further hands up for discussion. Madam Clerk, the motion was put forward as an ITL for HB 1311. And this is a bill relative to the collection and development and reconsideration policies for school collections. Go ahead.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Myler? Motion put forth OTP. Is there a second? Representative Tanner? Yep. You got the sheet?
Place the sheet.
Okay. So a motion to OTP made by Representative Myler and second by Representative Tanner. Representative Myler?
I think we're opening up on this.
Representative Tanner? Further discussion from the committee? Don't see any. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble. Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath. Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, so Representative Tanner does the
OTP.
report for OTP, and Representative, who put that forth? Yep, Arlene, you've got the
All right.
ITL. Is everybody needing a moment to stand up or at least get a little lunch? No? we will keep moving. Okay, looking at the sheet, you had the master sheet here. Yes?
We're already 10-10.
Okay, we are going to move forward with a couple more bills before lunchtime. So we're jumping down to 1594, establishing an annual review for EFA eligibility. 1594.
One-on-one.
What do we have for that one?
I'm not going to get into long debate on this.
Oh, no.
So folks, I think we know where we're going on this bill, so let's just cut to the chase here. Representative Peternell, you recommended or recognized for a motion.
Yes, I move in expedient to legislate on House Bill 1594.
Is there a second? Representative Belcher seconds. Representative Peternell's motion of ITL on 1594. Representative Peternell.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill would require means testing for Education Freedom Account recipients in years subsequent to the initial qualifying period. And if a family no longer qualifies, a student might be forced to return to an educational system that was not meeting their needs. The purpose of the Educational Freedom Account program is to encourage parents to seek educational opportunities that maximize their child's potential. This bill would disincentivize parents from advancing in their occupations or income level because a modest wage increase of $1 per hour could eliminate their child from the program. Knowing that such a slight increase would prohibit future funding could be discouraging to accessing the successful program. Education Freedom Accounts are currently being utilized by 3% of qualifying students, demonstrating slow, controlled growth. It would be unfair to eliminate funding for students thriving in an academic setting.
Further discussion? Representative Myler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I put forward this bill, and I provided to the committee an analysis of those bills that have poverty-related issues within our state budget. This is the only this is the only program that doesn't have that kind of recertification every year. And it just only seems fair to me that, we're not dealing with a small budget here. We're dealing with millions of dollars. And it only seems right from a taxpayer standpoint to have some sense of recertification of who should qualify. Notwithstanding what Representative Peternell says, I understand that. But the point is that if at this point in time, if a person starts in the program and they're making $40,000 a year, and over 5 or 6 years they're now up beyond that 350%, it only seems right to me from a taxpayer standpoint that there ought to be some accountability of who qualifies here. This should not be an open-ended system here. There ought to be some sense of guardrails. Now, we have advanced several guardrails here. You're going to see one in just a minute, to provide some sense of accountability of this particular program. And frankly, I'm surprised that for those who are concerned about how we spend money in this state, that there's not some more recognition of the need to have some kind of guardrails. At some point in time, they're going to be there. And this is just I believe it's a common sense approach to saying, if you've got, just like you have SNAP, just like you have other poverty programs, that there ought to be a recertification here. To me, it's a simple analysis of what we need to provide some sense of guardrails for this particular program.
Thank you. Further discussion, Representative Lekes?
First off, we're talking about education, and we're talking about the money that's provided by the state to educate the kids in the state, which is a different thing. if you have money for food coming from the state and then you have enough money, you provide food for your family. But you can't keep providing necessarily the education that your kid is at. So if your income bops around, which some people do, then you're jerking the kid around. Okay, you can be you can go to the school that's working for you. Okay, this year now you can't. You got to go back to the public school that wasn't working for you, where you were being bullied and you weren't getting the services you needed. Oh, but this year you can go back. And that is not fair to the kids. And it's the kids and the education of the kids we're talking about here. And that's why that was put in to begin with, was to make sure kids weren't being messed around and shuffled from school to school. So they had some stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further discussion, Representative Woodcock and then Representative Hall. Thank you. Representative Hall.
First of all, this program is an eligibility cap program. It's not universal. It was voted down. It's eligibility. And the idea that these kids are going to be jerked around and they're going to be sent back to public school, clearly these kids were in private school to start with, the majority of them. So to suggest that they're going to all of a sudden all go back to public school, forced back to public school, I think is a total fallacy. Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to look at the cost of this and how we're looking at the cost of this bill for a moment, because as of right now, an educational freedom account student receives $4,500 a year, which is roughly a quarter of the average cost of sending a child to public school. Now, a parent is much more likely to receive a modest income increase than a significant income increase. What that means is there's a really good chance that the net effect of this bill is more students going back to public school and an increased cost to the taxpayer as they move from freedom accounts back to their public school. Meaning this bill at the end of the day is punitive to both students and the taxpayer.
Thank you. Further discussion from the committee. Representative Milo?
Yeah, not to belabor this conversation, but 87% of the kids are already in private schools when they get their vouchers. The number of whatever the term is of those the switchers who go from public schools to private schools is marginal. So to think that they're going to go back to public schools when they're already in it and receiving the voucher, to me, is a foolhardy argument.
Any further, Representative Lekis?
In the very first weeks of the program, the numbers were small for switchers. By the time the program was really up and running, by like November, it was 45%. 45%. I'm not sure what it is right now, but that was even already considering that a number of those kids had gone to public school. They just hadn't gone to public school the year before. Well, what was the year before? It was COVID. A lot of public schools were closed. Kids had already switched to private schools just so they could go to school. And private schools had discounts for them, so they could afford that discount. They couldn't necessarily afford the full amount. But they were in public school before that. But the switchers counts just those coming immediately, not those who were already in public school and switched for COVID. So the timing of this makes all of those statistics messed up. Thank you.
Representative Perno?
Yes, thank you. 2 points. First of all, if these children were already in private schools and they're accessing the education freedom accounts at the 350% rate, those families are sacrificing and struggling already significantly. We are helping those families out. And to that point, we like to talk about feeding these kids, and this has been compared to SNAP and TANF programs and the sunset provision if your income rises above the qualifications for those programs. However, if we want to talk about feeding kids, maybe the Education Freedom Account program is what makes a difference in a family being able to feed their children good food or better food.
Further discussion? Representative Tanner, do you? Oh, I see your red light on.
I'm sorry. I've got to turn off.
Not seeing any further discussion, Madam Clerk, we're ready to call the roll. The bill that we're discussing is establishing an annual review and qualification to determine eligibility to participate in the Education Freedom Accounts Program. The motion is OTP.
It's ITL.
ITL.
Excuse me, ITL, excuse me. Yeah, ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Lekis.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell. Representative Cortiello. Yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luna.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Myler?
I'd move to pass.
Second.
There's a motion made by Representative Myler, OTP, second by Representative Luno on HB 1594. Further discussion from the maker of the motion.
Let's move to the vote, please.
Representative Luno?
Let's go to vote.
Any discussion from the committee? Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Lekis.
No.
Representative Terry. Representative Belcher.
No.
Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell.
No.
Representative Cortiello. No. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell. Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luna.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Okay, who's going to do the report? Representative Myler and, okay. Next bill we're taking up, 1512, HB 1512, limiting EFA funding to budgeted amounts. So let's turn to 1512. Who do we have for making the motion there? Representative Cordelli, you recognized for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move ITL.
Is there a second to the ITL? Representative Lekis? Representative Cordelli has moved ITL on 1512, second by Representative Lekis. Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill takes a little different approach. We know we have an income cap on the Education Freedom Account bill. This puts a budget cap on the total program. It limits the number of students who can participate in the program, even if they meet the family income cap requirement. What happens to those students? They are trapped in a education environment that is not meeting their needs. That is not the goal of this program, and I don't think of education in general, in that I think public education is about educating the public. And that's what our focus should be, making sure that every child has the ability to get the education that meets their individual needs. I can remember hearing ads on the radio from NEA about each child is unique and learns differently. I believe that. I agree with NEA on that point. And I don't think that capping this program based on an arbitrary number is the way we want to go, especially when the Education Trust Fund is set up so that if funds are needed, there's automatically a warrant drawn for more funds from the general fund. And as we heard in the last bill, I think from Representative Peternell, it's something like 3% of the eligible children in the state are taking advantage of this. So to think that there is some year down the road where there's going to be a mass exodus of students from the public school system, well, it's not going to be from the EFA program, but it's going to be because of the, as we've seen over the past 2 decades, and will continue to see for the next decade, the mass exodus is due to demographics. So I think that capping this program to a arbitrary budgeted amount is really impacting not only our children's education, but our future as well, because we know children are our future.
Further discussion? Representative Lekes.
I don't believe that we cap the amount that charter public school kids, how many kids can go to those. And that is an alternative educational program that the state provides for different learning styles, et cetera. And this is just another different alternative educational opportunity for kids with different learning styles. And I don't think we should cap it either.
I got a question for anybody on the committee here. I'm looking at this expense of $19.8 million per year of the biennium, but in fact, we're allocating for that biennium $39.6 million. With the wording here, could we spend in the first year of the biennium $25 million? Or would we have to stick to the 19? But allocated for that biennium is $39.6 million. This is a question that, as a matter of interpretation, is brought up in the fiscal note that we should be very cautious of. Representative Myler?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me try to be reasonable again. I mean, seriously, this is a new program. It's been in place about 3 years. Each year it's gone over budget, right? Well, from a fiscal conservative standpoint, I would appeal to those of you that are fiscally conservative to at least recognize that there are some limits. Now, let's say you go over the budget. No problem. No problema here. You come back to the fiscal committee and say, ask for some more money. It happens all the time. All this is saying is that, well, let's have some kind of review if, in fact, you reach that budget limit. That's all it's saying. It's not trying to not to deny children. It's basically saying, go back to the fiscal committee, give us another projection of how much you think you might need. It's a simple concept, folks. You may disagree with it, but there should be some oversight by somebody in this state to say, where are we with, I don't know about your budget, but on a monthly basis, I say, where are we with our budget? Are we over it? Are we under it? Do we need to make some modifications? In this case, the modifications would come from the fiscal committee. Easy peasy here.
Further comments, Representative Paterno.
Would it be a good fiscally conservative conversation to have to consider eliminating the phase-out grants to the public schools that come along with the education freedom accounts?
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things we talk about is the program, how educationally solid it is and based, and I'm just looking at the printout. Some of the expenses, because we don't want to deny any education here. Alex Shoe Store, American Eagle, Breezy Tees, Bootleggers, Burlington Coat Factory, Designer Shoes, Discount Dance, Donnelly's Clothing, French Toast, Famous Footwear, Gap, Global Sportswear, Joe's King Store, Land's End, Macy's, Modest Apparel, Old Navy, New Balance, Red Brick Clothing, Shipmasters, Silver Gratis, Skechers, Target, TJ Maxx. So at some point, there has to be some balance here. And we're talking about, we're gonna educate the kids, $5,000. We're up to $30 million right now. And that's a long rip. That's just one list came from the organization of some of these expenses. So, I mean, when we think about what we use for educational money, I think there has to be some, because you sure wouldn't do that with your money at your home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll be the first one to admit that usually when we do things in politics, name bills and whatnot, you usually look to the opposite of what it's called to learn what it does. But I think this one's a bit of an exception. The Education Freedom Account actually gives parents the freedom to choose what they're going to do. When you give people freedom, you don't know what they're going to do. It's kind of up in the air. So it would be impossible to foretell the budget for a program based on freedom. So I have to say, if you pass this bill, you might as well get the F out because it's no longer a freedom account.
Further discussion, Representative Cascadon.
Just for clarification, for those who don't know, education freedom accounts were not around when I was a school principal, and then when I was a superintendent, they came around. But you need to know, because you obviously don't know, that with or without education freedom accounts, parents always had choice. Always. I sometimes told parent, move to the next town if you don't like it, or write me a note and homeschool. But if there was any other type of school or program or any type of educational environment, the parent has the choice and always did. So please stop referring as education freedom accounts, which is public dollars for private use, as losing parent choice, because they're not losing it. They've always had it. It's just who pays for it.
Representative Perrinel.
Yes, thank you. Representative Cascadon, did you say that parents' choice was that they had to move to attend a different school? Do you want me to answer?
Representative Cascadon, if you want to.
We only had one school in our district. And if parents didn't like the rules and they wanted to change the rules, I'd say, well, maybe you'd be better served in another town.
Follow up?
Yes.
So are you saying they're constrained by the zip code in which they live? You couldn't tuition them out to a school that would suit their needs better?
Depends on the situation, always, of tuition to other public schools. But parents have the choice is the ultimate bottom line.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. I would just say that I don't think that all parents have a choice. In effect, we have zip code discrimination. Some parents with financial means can certainly move to a different neighborhood where maybe there is a better performing school with better proficiency rates. I read a book called Redlining that showed a number of major cities, Chicago, Los Angeles, and it was very interesting to look at the redlining of districts for bank loans that used to be in effect and how school district boundaries matched with those redlining districts. It was fascinating to look at. And in that same book, there was a story about the author's brother wanted to move to Chicago and found a beautiful home on the north side of North Avenue in Chicago, but then discovered the proficiency rates were in the 30% range. Went to the other side of North Avenue where there was a low-performing school. Excuse me, it was the other way around. He found a low-performing school, a house that he loved, went to the other side of the North Avenue, and where there was a better performing school, but the house was $250,000 more, and it wasn't even one that they really liked, but had to move or select the higher priced home in order to get a free and appropriate education. Sure, some parents can elect to homeschool, but not all parents. That does not fit with every parent situation. A single mother is going to have a hard time homeschooling. So I don't agree with that argument in the least, and I think that education freedom accounts are well named and try to address the maybe the shortcomings in the current system in terms of zip code discrimination, but also in terms of performance of some schools.
Representative Myler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. The latter part of this conversation is very interesting, but I want to bring us back to the focus. Focus of this bill is staying within the budget amount. That's all it is. We can have the other conversation about zip codes and access and all that stuff. This bill focuses on, do you want the program to stay within the budget? If you do, you'd vote for it, knowing full well that if you go over the budget, you can come back and ask for more money. It's a simple bill, folks. Yes or no?
Further discussion. Representative Lekes.
Well, given that we went over budget the last few years, I would say that we do a terrible job of budgeting for a highly popular program, and perhaps we should budget more money.
Great.
Further discussion. Representative Damon.
Reflecting on Representative Lakes' remarks, yes, we should do a better job of budgeting. And this is to that end. It would increase transparency on the cost of the Education Freedom Account program. I frankly do not understand, in a time when all of my constituents, and I would expect most people's constituents, are very concerned about the way the state is spending money and what their taxes are. Why wouldn't we want to be transparent, set the limit, have to come back and ask fiscal for more money if that were needed? I fully support this bill.
So I've got a question for if we're capping here on this program, should we be capping our public schools saying, hey, we've already reached our limit in the public schools, so you're going to have to go find another school elsewhere to go to school?
We actually do.
We do that.
It's based on the prior year number.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the student that arrives at the doors. Is that student rejected? Never, 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 never. So why should a student be rejected from this program as well? Representative Damon.
Thank you. Because public schools are a constitutional requirement and they educate all students, and it's not one size fits all.
Representative Woodcock.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to the budget question. I agree with Representative Lakes that we've done a horrible job budgeting. The Commissioner of Education gave us the initial number of 129,000, and that's what we used. And we spent 8 million. That's all. I mean, we started with the Commissioner told us. Thank you.
Representative Dry.
Thank you. I wanted to ask how, if we went over budget, a warrant would draw money from the Education Trust Fund if we've taken out the part that says, if regardless of the balance of funds available in that fund, and made it specifically tied to a number at the bottom. For this year, a physical number, and for subsequent years, an appropriated number that we don't know yet.
Representative Cordelli.
Thank you. The original budget for this program was based on the take-up rate, if you will, of students in other states. I think it was maybe 6 states that had similar programs at that point. So that's what the original budget was based on. But you have to factor in that this started up after the pandemic. After the pandemic, when schools were closed, when parents saw what was going on through remote learning, and some were not happy. So I think it was totally understandable that the take-up rate in New Hampshire might have been higher than originally projected because it was coming after the pandemic. And just a point about the fiscal committee. I remember maybe 5 or 6 years ago when we got a grant of $40 million for charter schools. It had to be accepted by the fiscal committee before the education department could do anything with it. Well, guess what? One party in the majority at that point kept tabling acceptance of that $40 million federal grant month after month until a new party became the majority and that federal grant was accepted. So, relying on the fiscal committee to say yes, I think is a dicey proposition.
And I can even further go back in memory and remember when charter schools started here, we had $10 million sitting in a pot to help with lease costs and all that for charters. And folks refused to go to that pot. I can remember that solidly, sitting there in the governor's office talking about this. Representative Dry. Yes, Dry first.
Thank you. This isn't the answer to the question that I'm asking. I'm asking here, if we go over the budget this year, then we're supposed to go back to the fiscal committee to ask for a warrant to go over the budget. But the warrant for that payment shall not exceed $19,800,000. So where do we get the over budget from if we're not allowed to go beyond that point?
Representative Luna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And the Democratic majority on the fiscal committee back 4 years ago when the expanded the charter expansion grants were not approved was absolutely the right thing to do. We just saw a charter go absolutely insolvent due to fraud after having taken, and I forgot the number, I think it's $1.4 million of that federal grant. It's probably in somebody's pocket. We don't know, but they went insolvent. Yeah, with after taking taxpayer money. So without guardrails like this bill does, without guardrails like what the joint fiscal committee is supposed to do, this is the type of stuff that happens, fraud and misuse. And unfortunately, the majority in charge right now apparently is allowing that to happen. And what we saw with the finance committee waiving on even taking a look at what expanding the voucher program would cost state taxpayers is just endemic of what is happening under the current majority. Thank you.
I want to clarify that the majority did not allow that to occur. The majority, when they found out that this was going on, it was stopped. Representative Dry.
Okay, now I'm going to ask for a third time. If we go over the budget this year, they're supposed to be able to ask for a warrant to cover that. But I don't see that in this line 6 to line 12. Such warrant for payment shall not exceed $19,800,000. That's just my question.
Representative Tanner.
I'm afraid I'm not going to answer your question, but I'd like to call for the vote. I think we've beat this to death.
Is there any further discussion? Because the rules state we cannot call a vote like that. If there's further discussion, we're going to have it. Representative Woodcock.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. I just wanted to respond to Representative Cordelli's statement. Not that I haven't done already a couple of times today.
What's one more?
When you said parents, no one was happy with the schools, and they wanted the budgeting for the ESA during the remote period. And Glenn, I agree with you. I don't think any parents in New Hampshire were happy with remote learning during COVID. that that was a crisis. And no one, the ones I looked on was not happy, that's for sure. I'm looking on that little screen, trying to teach at home. So I agree with you 100% on that. But it had nothing to do with the EFA going over budget.
Further discussion on the bill? Not seeing any. We're dealing with HB 1512. The motion for 1512 is to ITL. Madam Clerk?
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Terry.
Yes.
Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortiello, yes. Representative Myler.
No.
Representative Cornell.
No.
Representative Tanner.
No.
Representative Luno.
No.
Representative Heath.
No.
Representative Woodcock.
No.
Representative Hall.
No.
Representative Priest.
No.
Representative Cascadden.
No.
Representative Damon.
No.
Chairman Ladd.
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Myler?
Move to OTP.
Motion made by Representative Myler to OTP and a second from Representative Tanner. Further discussion? Motion is OTP on 1512.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
No.
Representative Blackus.
No.
Representative Terry.
No.
Representative Belcher. Representative Dry.
No.
Representative McDonald.
No.
Representative Noble.
No.
Representative Peternell. Representative Cortiello, no. Representative Myler.
Yes.
Representative Cornell.
Yes.
Representative Tanner.
Yes.
Representative Luno.
Yes.
Representative Heath.
Yes.
Representative Woodcock.
Yes.
Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Priest.
Yes.
Representative Cascadden.
Yes.
Representative Damon.
Yes.
Chairman Ladd.
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Myler will do the ITL, OTP. And, okay. So far this morning, we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bills. We still have a number there. We're going to have a lunch right now. Several bills we're going to hold, but we still have bills we will be out of here by 3 o'clock today. 3 o'clock. So we'll take a lunch right now and we'll come back, saying it's only 20 minutes of 12.
1:15.
No, that's a 25.
Clock is stopped.
I know that's a stop clock. We'll come back at 1:15, 1:20, make it 1:20. Some want to go out and get meals. 1:20. Which one?
You know, didn't they say something about blue light or something? Oh,
Yeah,
oh, she's checking the stream.
I'll check, okay. Wait
What
a
do the
sec.
reports do if we're doing one?
These,
But is it?
pardon me?
No, because next week we don't have anything.
Okay.
Which?
Okay, we have three bills which we're going to be addressing this afternoon. 1162, 1671, and 1382. That leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bills. I believe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bills for tomorrow, which we should be able to get out of here by noon. We're waiting for amendments and we're waiting for information to get from the department. And we're meeting with the department tomorrow morning early, Representative Cordelli and I. So let's get on the first one for right now. That's 1162. That's a bill relative to teaching discrimination in public schools and discrimination in public workplaces. Yes. So you actually wants to introduce it.
Okay. Yeah, that's right with me.
Okay, Representative Lekis. You recognize for a motion?
I would like to move ITL on 1162.
Is there a second? Representative, no, you're third, she's second.
Okay.
Representative Cordiello, you second the motion. Representative Lekis made a motion for ITL on 1162, second by Representative Cordiello. Representative Lekis, you recognize.
As numerous of you have heard me say before, tell stories about things that have happened to kids that either I was present for, their response, or that were the kids of fellow representatives, including one rep's daughter who came home from school upset and said, "Mom, it's a good thing I'm a girl, otherwise I'd have nothing going for me." And the boy who was afraid that he would beat up his best friend who was a girl because all boys were oppressors. And we heard a lot of those things prior to this law being passed. I don't hear those now like I did then. I do hear other things that are more subtle, but those straight out racist, all whites are racist, all boys are oppressors, I have not been hearing those like I did before this law was passed. So I would hate to see this repealed and go back to where we were before.
Further discussion on the bill. Representative Cordiello?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when I read this, I was like, this sounds familiar. And the reason being is it's asking for the repeal of the anti-discrimination law, just like HB 61 last year, which I was very opposed to. And my arguments are the same now. What in the current law is objectionable. I pointed out when we had the hearing, I asked a question about my big problem with this is the wording. It's really disturbing in a way. It says, basically, you can engage in any form of instruction. Just that phrase, any form of instruction, troubles me greatly. All the guardrails has been taken away. And I've heard anecdotes about students coming home and, feeling as if they, Mommy, am I a racist? I could go on with anecdotes. Anecdotes prove nothing, but instruction that makes a child feel that way should not be acceptable. And the other thing was that teaching, this law makes people, teachers, feel hesitant to teach certain things. And I have been a teacher. I taught, and I think I brought this up last year, teaching slave narratives. I never felt like anything, this anti-discrimination law going into effect, if I was to go back and teach again, nothing would change in the way I would teach. I thought it was ironic that one of the speakers mentioned To Kill a Mockingbird. That happens to be the book I selected for the book club I run at my library. I have no problems, I have no concerns about covering that book. I think the guardrails here are, I don't know what's objectionable about these so why would we repeal a law then? I'll let other people speak their piece. That's mine. Thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Tanner?
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say that over my years of teaching, there probably were kids that went home and had misconceptions about what happened in class. I remember one class, I said to one girl that she was being obstreperous that day, and the next day her mother called and was all upset. What was I calling her daughter? Because she didn't understand what the word was. It's a teachable moment. Kids are going to go home with misconceptions over what happens in a classroom. And if they bring it to a parent, that's a teachable moment for the parent. It's also a time for the parent to talk about values if it's a delicate subject. And sometimes in health class, we actually had projects where kids had to go home or had to talk to other people about certain things so that they got a different view. So that's one side of it. On the teaching side of it, I've talked to several teachers who have been called up on this particular bill, who have been taken out of an AP class the day before the AP exam, not allowed to prep her students because she was under investigation. The investigation proved unfounded. Goes back into that class, and imagine a teacher going back into the class not knowing who actually was offended, not being able to talk if it was a student about what the teachable moment was and what the misunderstanding was, knowing that the rest of the people in the school also knew that she was under investigation, realizing that that somebody in the classroom could actually use it as a ploy or as a I don't know, retaliation would be the right point to put it, but let's say they were unhappy with their grade or something and decided to turn the teacher in. We've heard stories, anecdotal stories of the Department of Education actually instituting challenges within schools. To say that teachers aren't affected by this is crazy. All you have to do is go out there and talk to the public school people to know how this bill is affecting particularly social studies teachers, but also other teachers. And, I am frustrated with the constant approach of this committee, the bills that we're getting in this committee, not the committee itself, but the bills we're getting in this committee, that try to put not just guardrails, but jail cells around teachers about what they can teach, when they can teach. And they're professionals. We're professionals. We've been trained. And if somebody is violating something, and I think this was brought up in one of the testimonies, if somebody's violating something, then they're dealt with on the local level and they can be dealt with the school board. We're not making laws for one or two anecdotal situations. So I think it's time this bill goes into the trash can. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Belcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And there's already been a lot of talk about the school topic here and what children are being taught. But I want to look for a moment at the other aspect of this, which is workplace training. Right now, from coast to coast, there are a plethora of lawsuits ongoing based on these sorts of anti-racism and other trainings that are being done. And there have been rulings suggesting that they may be violative of the Civil Rights Act. So by repealing this and going back to this sort of thing, not only would I believe it would be discriminatory, but I think it would be opening us up to a substantial amount of litigation and possibly millions and millions of dollars of liability. Thanks.
Further discussion, Representative Woodcock?
Thank you, Chairman Ladd, and welcome back from lunch. I have some notes on this paper. One was from my associate, used to sit to my left, Representative Ford. And he made the comment, he said, we need to teach complete history is important. Right now, we're only doing the clipboard use of history. And one of the other parts, we're talking about having taught social studies for a few years. One of the other testimonies we had, if you recall, we had a history teacher, specialist sitting there saying to us, we can teach the what, when, where, but this doesn't allow us to teach the how and the why. That's what's critical. And I have a concern that we start to minimize what we can teach because teachers in the profession are concerned about what they can say and not say and what dialogue and discourse they get. And you could tell me, oh, teachers can teach anything they want. The reality is they can't, they're nervous, and those Socratic dialogues that happen in the classroom are going amiss or awry or stopped. And we're actually shortchanging our students with the law the way we have it right now. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative McDonald?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any of you have been looking at the bulk of email testimony we have received, it seems that the general public is confused, at least to the parliamentary procedure regarding this bill. So just a point of clarification for someone who may be watching. We are talking about an anti-discrimination law passed in 2021. This bill seeks to repeal that law. The current motion is ITL, meaning you are against the bill and in favor of keeping the status quo, the bill as is. Seems a bit backwards, so I just thought clarification would be needed, but thank you.
You're welcome. Representative Myler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to remind the committee that we had a teacher shortage work group that worked for almost 2 years. We interviewed all kinds of people dealing with the various issues that are causing a teacher shortage. And one of the telling testimonies that one day we had teachers come in and they basically focused on this bill. And they talked about how the banned concepts was in fact negatively impacting their freedom to teach. And as a matter of fact, part of the recommendations of that committee, recommendation 6 of that committee, was to deal with this bill. Because it was putting a appalling carpet, if you may, or blanket over how they teach. There's vagueness in the language, and that vagueness in the language basically provides an uncertainty of what I can and can't say in the classroom. And so I would encourage the committee here to vote against the ITL so that an alternative motion can be made.
Further comments from the committee? Representative Cordelli?
Thank you. I would just point out in section 2, line 9, 354A29 is basically right to freedom from discrimination in public workplaces and education. So public workplaces will be open to discrimination. This section even says nothing shall be construed to limit sensitivity training in a workplace. That's gone. And this section also says RSA's A29 through A34 and the subdivision heading preceding them relative, I'm not sure what, is it the immediate subsection? Why isn't the subsection named? They're naming 5 subsections, but they're saying subsections above that are to be repealed as well. I don't understand what the intent there is.
Further discussion? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, we have a motion before us here on HB 1162. This is relative to teaching discrimination in public schools and discrimination in public workplaces. The motion is ITL.
Vice Chairman Cordelli.
Yes.
Representative Blackus.
Yes.
Representative Terry. Representative Belcher.
Yes.
Representative Dry.
Yes.
Representative McDonald.
Yes.
Representative Noble.
Yes.
Representative Peternell.
Yes.
Representative Cortilla, yes. Representative Myler?
No.
Representative Cornell?
No.
Representative Tanner?
No.
Representative Luna?
No.
Representative Heath?
No.
Representative Woodcock?
No.
Representative Hall?
No.
Representative Priest?
No.
Representative Cascadden?
No.
Representative Damon?
No.
Chairman Ladd?
Yes.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Representative Myler?
Move to ITL.
No.
Move to OTP,
We'll
excuse
take
me.
ITL.
OTP, thank you.
OTP, and the second was made by Representative Tanner. So we have a motion on, before us here, made by Representative Myler and second by Representative Tanner to OTP HB 1162. Further discussion from the maker of the motion?
None, thank you.
From the second? Any further discussion from the committee? Not seeing any. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Chairman Cordelli?
No.
Representative Blackus?
No.
Representative Terry?
No.
Representative Belcher?
No.
Representative Dry?
No.
Representative McDonald?
No.
Representative Noble?
No.
Representative Petternell?
No.
Representative Cortilla? No. Representative Myler?
Yes.
Representative Cornell? Representative Tanner?
Yes.
Representative Luno?
Yes.
Representative Heath?
Yes.
Representative Woodcock?
Yes.
Representative Hall?
Yes.
Representative Priest?
Yes.
Representative Cascadden?
Yes.
Representative Damon?
Yes.
Chairman Ladd?
No.
10 yeas, 10 nays.
Tanner will do that.
Okay. Okay. Got all of the other there? Okay. Good. Okay. The next bill, which is on the docket for this afternoon, is HB 1671. School officials' right of action for damages for false accusations, 1671. Okay, we had an amendment there, just opening up the discussion right now before we go any further. Representative Tanner, that was your amendment, and we've heard from Representative Cordelli that it's not germane to the main bill itself. Representative Cordelli, can you?
If I might, yes, I wrote to the clerk and the speaker on February 12th and got a reply from the chief of staff on February 12th stating the speaker in consultation with the House clerk has determined that the amendment 0499H is non-germane.
So with that, we can't take that up today. Yes.
This, if it was part of the bill and it was a new introduction, on what grounds would they have ruled it non-germane? Is there a ruling, or they just say no?
I read you the email that they sent me. I think that one consideration is the amendment is dealing with an entirely different section of statute.
And that is what oftentimes bills or amendments are ruled non-germane when they reference a totally different section of statutory law.
Even though it's part of the bill.
Well, fortunately or unfortunately, either way you want to take this, is the decision's been made by the speaker and it's been ruled not germane. So I'm not going to allow it to come forward on the bill 1671, and we'll deal with the bill as introduced. Representative Woodcock?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, if I may, on procedure and protocol, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me when that the date of that inquiry on the germaneness of that amendment was made?
Yeah.
As I read It was February 12th.
And was the sponsor of the, may I follow up, please, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Was the sponsor of the bill notified of that as a courtesy?
No,
And who initiated, if I may, who initiated the request?
I did.
And one more, if I may, when did you receive the response?
February 12th.
8 days ago. Today's
I
20th.
think that's
Yeah,
about
simple math. Even a public school, 8 to 20. Okay. So going back to that point, just a question. Since then, have you notified the Representative Tanner or the?
I have not,
ranking Tanner?
no.
Representative Woodcock, this
I just-
line of questioning is not referencing the amendment. The amendment has been ruled non-germane.
I was exactly referencing, questioning that as a courtesy, I would think, a procedural courtesy, if you're going to do that.
Courtesies work both ways.
Okay, I think we've had our discussion right here.
I just think.
I think, Mr. Chair, that there is a protocol here. And that is when the vice chair of the committee gets information about a particular bill that's not germane, it would seem to me, it would be at least I don't know what the Mason's rule says about this, but it would seem to me a sense of courtesy to at least let the maker of the prime sponsor of the bill, of the amendment, to notify them of the status of that, so that a particular, if there's a change that needs to make, there's time to be able to do that. So I think it's totally inappropriate to withhold that information without sharing that with the prime sponsor of the amendment. And I would hope in the future that protocol would be maintained by the leadership of this committee.
And I believe last year, on the day of the exec session, I had 2 bills with amendments ruled non-germane.
Okay, here,
Mr. Chair, would it be appropriate for us to hold this bill so that now that we have this information, that the maker of the amendment would have time to basically address this new information that's just come before us before we're supposed to vote on this bill? I would recommend that we hold it so she can at least have a chance to deal with this new information that's just come forth.
I see no problem with that request. We will hold this bill and bring the bill up for full committee discussion tomorrow. The last bill we're going to be dealing with today is 1382. We could all turn to 1382. That is the bill that deals with the military compact, and it references students that are special education. 1382.
Gentlemen,
Yep. Sort of like an artillery round. You bracket it and you find your page eventually. Okay. Okay. Who do we have here for making that motion? Okay. I'll hand the gavel over to Representative Cordelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I call on the chairman for a motion.
I'd like to make the recommendation OTP on 1382.
Is there a second? Thank you. Representative Woodcock seconds the motion. Discussion by the maker of the motion.
Yes, although I believe that sections 1 and 2 are amply answered through statutory language we already have in the military compact, I see section 3 as introducing legislation that's required and needed in the reference to students that are moving in, that are military-oriented students, that their parents are in the service or actively serving. And this deals with fees incurred by parents who are members of the armed forces shall in due process hearings be reimbursed by the Department of Education if hearing officer finds in favor of the parent. I did not find any language in the compact which allowed that to occur. So this is information I think it's appropriate that we have in this bill and we move it forward.
Thank you. Representative Woodcock, do you want to comment?
No, Chairman Cadell, thank you, but I do have a question for the maker of the motion when we get there.
Okay, go
we
ahead
get
with your
there.
question then.
Thank you. Chairman, I just my own edification. Look on this 26 on the witness fees, is there any, how expansive is that? Do you know, or what is there any limitation there?
No, I couldn't tell you that right now. I think it's going to vary from situation to situation. And I didn't see any reference to it in the military compact when I read that the other evening. So I believe that's a valid amendment or valid point for us to be considering in this legislation. But I can't give you a specific answer, Representative Woodcock, on what the fees might be.
If it, may I follow up, Chairman Cadell? Thank you. I appreciate the bill and the help. As you know, we're both on the same team. But I think it's wide. It makes me nervous how wide open that could be. That's all. Thank you.
And if I can follow quickly, I think this is going to be a rare thing occurring in this state where people are very respectful of the military. And I know that as a principal over in Maine, when we had somebody come in down in Brunswick or other locations, they hand carry their files with them. They're immediately, given the services they deserve according to the IEP. And if there's a need to change that, an IEP meeting is called to go through the process to do it correctly. So I think this is going to be it may be on the books here, but I doubt very seriously if you're going to see a lot of things happening in the state regarding this.
Thank you.
Representative Myler.
Yeah, thank you. Just a point of clarification. My sense is, as I'm reading this bill, that if in fact there are expenses that a parent would have in pursuing this, and they are found in favor of the parent, that the department, not a local school district, et cetera, would be paying for that. Is that, am I reading that appropriately?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Representative Cornell.
Thank you. I remember during testimony, Jane Bergeron-Bolio from the Special Education Administrators had a problem with lines 12 and 13 about notified of a student's transfer to the district, whether or not the district schools are in session to do an evaluation regarding the IEP. And they thought the timeline might be a problem if someone moved into the district in the end of June. Many school districts aren't in session during the summer, so that 30 days might be imposing a difficult thing for them to do.
Thank you. Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is basically a follow-up to Representative Cornell's. I thought we were going to hear from, and I probably wasn't here when it happened, the Department of Education, that how in fact that they would implement this and make sure that it's happening in the effective way that this bill purports. Did you hear from them, Mr. Chair, either chair?
Which part of the bill are you talking about?
I'm talking about following up on Representative Cornell's, the process of implementing what this bill talks about is the hearing process, following up the timeline. A lot of the things that are listed in this request require an really abbreviated timeline, which needs to be promptly acted upon, which, as Representative Cornell mentioned, that if were to occur during the summer, I think if somebody from the Department of Ed, have they been brought into this conversation and have they responded in terms of how they would implement this? Because we have a situation that needs to be acted upon in a quickly manner, and how would the Department of Education do this?
I have not heard from anyone.
I've not heard from anybody, and that could be conducted within 30 school days. Simple.
Further questions? Representative Woodcock?
I'm not antagonist to this bill at all. It's the concern, and I understand the concern because it was talking about even if the school wasn't in session. I think was the issue. Yeah, I see the 30 days, the new IEP, but there was a further concern about if the school wasn't in session. As though Rick said before, it probably won't be an issue, but it could very well be. You're right.
There needs to be a plan.
Yeah, because
Yes.
line 13, Mr. Chair, says if they're absent session, Glenn, whether or not the district schools are in session. I think that was the concern perhaps Representative Cornell was bringing forward.
Representative Damon?
That's you bringing forward, right? In session.
Thank you. So, Chair Ladd's remarked that this concern could be resolved if it said 30 school days. I think that we need an amendment to the bill to say that, representing a number of very small school districts where the number of staff to do this, they don't even necessarily have full-time special ed staff. If that one person is on vacation in the summer, they're simply not available to do this. I can't vote for the bill the way it is.
Representative Lakers?
Are there IEP provisions that are provided to students who need services continually throughout the summer so that they don't fall behind? And if we make it 30 school days, could that then mean that those students don't get the services they need when school is not in session?
Separate IEP.
The reference you're making, Representative Leck, is to receive that length a school year, you have to identify that within the individual education plan.
Right, it would be in their plan that they brought with them.
Well, if it's in their plan coming with them, then the school would have to provide those services. Because it says right within current law that we follow the materials being brought by the parent, even though it may not be an official record. Those are that's the, we used to call it the old 201 file. That's the material which would have to be followed.
Further discussion? I'll just point out that I did receive an email from Melissa Willett, who testified from the Department of Justice, the Northeast Liaison, that after sitting in on the hearing and looking at the compact, they are still, the DOD is still interested in moving forward with this bill if we can. And I also heard from the prime sponsor, Chairman Roy, who worked with the Department of Defense, Ms. Willett, on this legislation, and he also is anxious to see it move forward to support our military families. Further discussion?
Yeah.
Representative Ladd.
There are many schools in the state which are small schools. They close the door and they lock up in the summertime. You're not going to find an administrator or a principal at that time. They're probably gone to the 4 different directions. So if this is a concern, and because we're, at least I am, very interested in supporting children of military families that need this type of service, I would suggest that we not go any further with it right now and see if we can get some amending language to rectify this situation that Jane Bergeron presented to us. And have that come back to us, as soon as we can get that amending language completed.
Yeah. Representative Woodcock.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Can we do that in the time frame we need for this bill?
Yeah, because it's not an early bill.
Okay, thank you.
Can I
Representative Heath.
just ask about the department? If in fact it's a small school, wouldn't there be a person at the Department of Ed that should be notified by the family or by the people that are helping the military family be coordinated. So in fact, the Department of Ed should be able to assist in facilitating a smooth transition. And I just somehow, some way, it seems like they should be part of the role of all of this. I mean, that's what the Department of Ed does.
Thank you. Representative Lakers.
So my question, and I was thinking along those same lines, if it's a small school and they close up from the summer, would somebody from the DOE be able to do the necessary within 30 days review, et cetera? Does it have to be somebody from the school? I don't know how that works, but
I think if I'm reading it correctly, all that's required is an evaluation within 30 days.
right.
Further comment?
Well, yeah.
Go ahead. Yes, Chairman Ladd.
The school doesn't have to have an evaluation. They may, upon receiving the official record, recognize that IEP that's a current IEP and move forward with that IEP. So an evaluation is not necessarily going to happen. The only concern I see here, if in fact the student has wording within the IEP that's saying that the education program will continue through these summer months, how do we make sure that that is adhered to? And I think that can be rectified if we can contact the director over there, special education at DOE right now, Ms. Fredette, and try to get some guidance on that so we can move forward with some amending language which rectifies this section of the bill. The section we're talking about right here, the notification and the evaluation, et cetera, et cetera. But I hope everybody's taken a look at the military compact, which is on page 65, which specifically addresses special education services. We got to be in compliance with IDEA or the 501.
Chairman Cordelli?
Yes.
When
Representative Woodcock.
when Representative Ladd contacts DOE for that clarification, is it possible we could find out a little more about the witness fees at the same time?
I would expect so.
Yeah, I'm at 504
Yeah, we can-
too, not
yeah, okay.
501. We're talking different
Yeah,
ballgame.
right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that we can talk to the department and the Department of Defense possibly as well. Get everybody on the same page.
May I ask the
Yes,
folks
yeah,
which are here a question?
yeah. Sir, would you like to step forward and,
I'll do my best.
is it Warren Perry?
So for the record, Warren Perry, Deputy Adjutant General, Department of Military Affairs and Veteran Services.
Thank you very much. I have a question. Your office probably works with not just folks in our state, but communicates with the military compact situation throughout the country. Are there any other states that might have this type of language that may have a way of addressing the issues we've been discussing today?
Yes, there are. So our department generally focuses inside the state. We work with the State Defense Liaison Officer, Ms. Melissa Willett, who does this kind of the nationwide policy proponency for the country, right? So she's indicated to me while she's watching the hearing, she can't travel right now, but she's watching the hearing, indicated that the folks from Texas may have some language that would be able to help us kind of work through this.
That'd be good if she could get that emailed to us as quickly as possible. Then that we could move on it. We do have a deadline, that's middle of March.
I think probably in a couple of days we can have something that's ready to go. I just want to make sure she's watching. So I just want to make sure that the concern is the 30 days over the summer is the biggest concern, and how can we mitigate the impact of the potential for small school districts or having the Department of Education step in where smaller school districts couldn't. Is that generally the conversation? I hear that right?
I believe
Seeing a
so.
lot of nodded heads.
And Representative Woodcock, you wanted another point to be looked at?
Thank you. If they have other language that would give us more clarity on the witness fees portion of this, what that actually
Like how
means.
expansive that could be?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Thank you.
So she's texting me as we speak, so absolutely. From other states, she said she can get those best practices from the other states. She's working that right now. I don't know, she's generally responsive. I can't imagine it's gonna take her to the end of the week to get things.
Great. Thank you.
She's pretty good.
Representative Heath.
Just one other thing. As a result of the actions being taken, shouldn't a technical assistance be sent out to all school districts and schools, knowing what they would do in the event that a military family arrives with a child with an IEP? So they're updated on all the it's only fair to the school districts to have this information. Is that, I hope that's part of the,
I would think that would fall under the purview of the Department of
I think
Education.
that's exactly where it belongs.
Great. Perfect.
We need to
Thank you.
direct that to the director and make sure they follow up on it too.
Thank
Once
you.
we can get some of this information back from.
Great. Thank you very much for your help. Anything further for Mr. Perry? Seeing nothing, thank you very much. Anything further from the committee? Otherwise, we'll put this on hold. We'll get the best practices language from other states and see about amending 1382. Okay. I think that's it, right?
Excuse.
Yeah.
Were we going to hear from someone at the department about special ed rules?
Explain a little bit more,
Well,
Representative Cornell.
now, federal law requires that all IEPs be reviewed within 30 days anyway, whether it's summer or not, when a student moves into the district, I think. So I'm wondering if this isn't, I'm confused about if this is a problem or not.
No, that's done locally. That's done when a student moves in that has an IEP, let's say it's in speech pathology, the speech therapist and that intervention team would be looking at the transfer student coming in, look at that IEP, the speech therapist would most likely meet with that student and parent, determine, yes, this IEP is still current and apropos, so we're going to just follow it. An evaluation does not have to occur.
No, I don't mean evaluation, reviewing the IEP. If
that's
they
always
move-
done.
If they move in during the summer, it happens
Well,
anyway then too, doesn't it?
No.
Okay.
No, it opens when the school doors open up and the student arrives for the next school year. Yeah,
Thank you.
you're welcome. All righty, so we've gone through the bills for today that we're going to be discussing. We will try to gather more information regarding all these other bills. We'll make contact with the special ed people over at Department of Education today and try to get some information back from them. So with that, we're going to close the executive sessions for today and hope everybody has a good afternoon. 10 a.m. Yep.